Who are you calling a nerd? Welcome. Starting a little bit later. I had... Aww. True. I'm on a little bit later than I had planned to. My aunt had a problem. She had a leaky pipe on her water heater, and I had to go fix that quick. But it's fixed now. Then I had some lunch, and then now I'm here. No, why am I cumbered? Okay, stop. Oh, because I never cleared out anything in my inventory. Sure, that can go away. I need at least one of those. I think I got a couple of those, but I'm gonna save it just in case. Keep that one on me. And then all the hide and the tattered pelts. And that. I'm gonna call that good. I'm gonna just dump everything else. And call that good. So how's your Sunday? Why does it have a merchant value if it can't be sold? New ability, Flurry. Yeah, that's how things work. Yeah, I asked you how things were going. You didn't respond, and I figured that that's how things were going. Another maple tree. Just getting all the maple trees. Oh yeah, I was gonna be skinning things too. So I went to lunch for my grandma's birthday yesterday, and we talked about you for a little bit. Okay, I talked about you for a little bit. Because my cousin was there, and he does some maintenance for the trucks that um nice. He does some maintenance on the trucks that the small company he works for has. So he only maintains, I think, 2 of them. But they are big, like um they're not semis, they're more like dump trucks, but similar big diesels. So um it's not like an F650. It was, what did he call it? It was one of the big, like, Peterbilt. Kenworth? I think it was a Kenworth. Um, and we got to talking about something that I'm actually interested in your opinion of, and that is the new have you seen the Canadian built Edison electric semis? But not for like long haul semis. They're more, I guess they make them more for like logging trucks and stuff. But it's an interesting thing that I don't think I've talked about it yet. Yeah, and I think that it makes a lot of sense, the way they're doing it, because for long haul you absolutely need a generator. There's no way you're gonna drive, 300-400 miles and then sit in charge for a few hours. Like if it was charge, if there were the proper ecosystem and infrastructure to charge overnight when you had to be in your off time anyways, at all the truck stops and stuff, maybe it would work. But that doesn't exist and probably never will. So yeah, you need the diesel generator, but that means they can run the cheaper fuel. Because they're technically a generator, not an engine, and so therefore they don't have all the same emission stuff or something. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I think what he's doing makes a lot of sense. I think it's really cool, especially like if it's going to be very specialized, and they're gonna, like, they have a base and then they modify it to fit your use case, which they do for some trucks now, but not the long haul trucks. So I've watched a few of his videos and it makes a lot of sense to me. And so I think that's more likely the future of electric trucking in that industry than anything Tesla's doing. But I guess I'm not sure beyond the different cab styles where it's like, okay, you've got you know, the sleeper cab, and you have a standard cab and all that. Like, beyond that, I'm not sure what all they have for customization. Like, I know there's things for like putting special. I think hubcaps is the wrong word, but it makes the wheels more streamlined for like really long haul trucks that can save some gas. Beyond that, I'm not sure what customization there is. Like, it doesn't surprise me that there is. It's not something that I ever really thought would be much of a thing. I know they put like 1,000,000 miles in an engine regularly, I guess, is what I would guess. Oh, okay. Okay, so that, I guess that makes sense. I didn't think about the engine styles, like having that many different engine options. I wonder if this wild spell would kill me. Yeah, I guess that would make that also makes sense with the gearing and the suspension. I didn't think about all that. That's yeah, it makes sense. Until they get something hybrid approach is realistically required for. So, okay, I've had this conversation before, and I think use case is very important. And I think that most most people who have 2 cars in their household, one of them could be electric pretty much universally. And then the other one could probably be a hybrid, but you know, could and should, or I would recommend, are 2 different things. But your use case really matters a lot. And I think that most people's use case in the US, one, if they have multiple vehicles already, one of them being full electric makes sense. And depending on what you do, if you're home based a lot, where you're coming home, and you're willing to make sure your car's plugged in every day, a standard EV has like a 200 mile, 200 to 300 mile range now. And you can use all of that and charge overnight at home. That doesn't work if you live in an apartment, don't have charging, or are renting and can't afford to put in a more than the normal plug-in charger for your car. So, okay, public transit is a completely different conversation. And while I think there are a lot of people that could be using more public transit, the US was built around the idea of cars. And so public transit isn't nearly as viable in the US as it is in many other countries, because we are just way more spread out, and there's not enough public transport to make it really that viable. So, like, public transport, should it be used more? Probably yes. I won't say 100%, but probably, very, very likely, it should be getting used more. But the way we're set up, it just doesn't work. Yeah. And so, like, there's a lot of different things you could argue there. And it's like, well, if it becomes a chicken and the egg situation, if we build the infrastructure to make public transit more accessible, then before people are willing to use it, everyone's going to complain that we're wasting taxpayer money because no one's using it yet. But it needs to be there for people to be willing to give up their cars to use it more, you know? And so, like, it's a chicken and the egg situation. It's a whole thing, right? I think we should be, in general, as a society, be using more public transit, but we also need our cities to be built in a way that is public transit friendly. Now, I live in southern Minnesota and am not that far away from the Twin Cities, Twin Cities metro area. And public transit is huge there, because there's already a lot of it there, and a lot of people live in apartments that don't even get parking. Or maybe they get one parking spot for their entire family, and if you need to go 2 different places, what are you going to do? Public transit is big there. It makes sense there. As soon as you leave a metro area, it really stops making sense the way the United States is built. So there are ways that we could make it better with the way things are, but it's crazy talk to say that people should overnight sell their cars and use public transit as their main thing. Every family likely needs a vehicle for everything they're doing, because we just don't have enough public transit, especially if you're going to go, like, once you start to have to leave the metro area, what are you going to do? Yeah, but that's like feeds into the same point, chicken and the egg situation. That public transit is terrible. Why? Because not enough people use it for them to have the money to spend on public transit. Why don't people use it? Because it is terrible, you know? So if public transit isn't readily available consistently, no one's going to be able to rely on it, so they're going to need a car. It's just the way the world works, especially in the United States. Other countries see the way we do things and think that, oh, my pet died. And think, oh, that's crazy. Why can't you just use the train? What train? Like, in order to get somewhere where I could get on a train, I have to drive for an hour. You know? Oh, in the UK, they got trains that run all over the place, and, you know, and it's just more available. And that's the other thing, is like, okay, we want to run a train from New York to Los Angeles. How long of a trip is that? That's, at train speeds, still a very long trip. You know, I don't know. It's the conversation is something that I think should be being had, but anybody who thinks that it should be just a night and day, we can switch to doing public transit, doesn't understand how the system is already and how the United States. Yeah, I saw a video where somebody was talking about how people outside the US don't understand how big the US is. And they're like, okay. And an example was very similar to something that I did. So I drove from here in southern Minnesota down to San Antonio for a thing for my brother years ago. And we drove for 24 hours. Well, it was more like 22 hours. Where 8 of those 20 hours were just in Texas. The United States is huge. Having a reliable, time available public transit outside of metro areas just isn't going to happen. Like, there's the Greyhound buses. That's as close as you're going to get. Yeah, it's crazy. And so, like, public transit is a thing that I think people should use more. And a lot of families that have, like, we have 2 cars. We don't really need, or actually we have 3 cars. One of them is a fun car, though. It's one that we use when we're it's our convertible. So that one I'm not counting that one. I also, you know, it's its own thing. Things for entertainment don't count. But we have 2 other cars. And the thing is, should we have 2 other cars? Probably not. We should probably have 1 normal car. And done properly, we could probably do public transit for 90% of the stuff and not drive our one other car very often. So, like, it is what it is. But the having electric cars to help with stuff, that's different. And I think most people who have multiple cars, one of them should be able to be electric. So that is another question, is how much does the grid need to be upgraded in order to support those? But if you're doing incremental upgrades, so we absolutely cannot go all EV overnight. But as the price of EVs come down and everything, you know, natural upgrades to the ecosystem, I think that we could upgrade the infrastructure well enough in the next 10 years that every family could have a electric car. Everybody who has a car could have one of them be electric. And the grid would be fine. Because most of the time, the grid is built to handle the grid is built to handle you know, peak load, like everybody running the AC in the middle of the day on the summer. And then the low load times where it's not peak energy use is when most people are going to be charging their cars. And so like the grid is already not terrible for it. It does need to be upgraded to some extent, but not as much as a lot of people think it would be if there are enough good systems in place to incentivize charging during the off period, during off-peak times. And I think one of my brother's friends who's got one of the electric Mustangs, which isn't a Mustang, but that's another completely different conversation. He has a special thing set up where his charger is connected to the electricity company's grid, and they turn his car charger on during certain hours during the night and then give him a discount on the electricity used to charge his car because they're allowed to turn it on and off depending on demand. Yes, okay, so okay. Another topic. I don't like the way that he did it because the way he did it is not the way people use trucks, and he inferred things about trucks which I don't, and you would know this a little bit better than I would, but he inferred things about loads and trucks that I don't think is true. So there is a tongue weight and there is a tow capacity, and the way he was putting pressure on the Cybertruck, and I'm not a Cybertruck fan, like I full on expected the Cybertruck to end up losing out, and it did lose out, and it that's exactly the way I expected it to go. But the way he did it, the way he went around doing it, made it look even worse than it actually was. Like, don't get me wrong, it's bad, but when you say it's really bad when it's only very bad, you know, I don't know. My big problem is they talked about how it has a 12,500 pound towing capacity. And so if it can't take 12,500 pounds on the straight vertically down on the hitch. Ooh, what am I doing? I'm dying, that's what I'm doing. One second. All right. The 12,000 pounds, if it can't take 12,000 pounds vertically on the hitch, then it's a failure. And the tongue weight when towing is significantly less. And I get that there's shock loads and stuff, but the tongue weight is significantly less than a consistent full towing capacity. That's more akin to would the bumper come off if they accidentally backed their car off the end of the dock or backed their boat off the end of the dock instead of down the ramp, you know, and so all of a sudden there's a bunch of weight on it, and that's a not normal use case, and I'd expect any truck to have trouble with that. So I think that the way that they did it is and the way they inferred that meant that it failed is a little disingenuous. I still think it was bad, and that it is showing like this is the difference between a steel frame and an aluminum frame, and that is a good point to make But when you're being so disingenuous about the rest of it, it kind of detracts from the point you're making. And so I didn't like the video. Is kind of where it comes down to. Not because I think that the conclusion is wrong, because I think his conclusion that there's something definitely wrong here and they need to address it is right. I just think that it's not their testing wasn't the right way to go around the testing. You know, I don't know. Like, do you know, I guess with the semis, they have the fifth wheel style connection. So that's very different. That's putting weight down in the middle of the, effectively on like a fifth wheel trailer for camping, the middle of the bed, right? So that's very different. It can handle more vertical load than on a hitch. But when a hitch is rated for 12,000 pounds, that's in the towing direction, front and back, not vertically. And so I guess I would expect it to not go as far. Yeah, 10 to 15%. So 12,000 pounds would be 1,200 pounds to 1,800 pounds, right? So let's be generous and give them 2,000 pounds. It made it to 10,000 pounds, 5 times what you would expect it to need to take. And it was a consistent 10,000 pounds, not a shock load 12,000 pounds or 10,000 pounds. And I would think that the shock load hits it harder, but the consistent, you know, I don't know. It's one of those things, the failure mode is different than a steel frame because it did just shatter once it finally shattered. But the steel frame did bend under the same weight, and it bent back mostly, but it was still a little bit bent more than it was. Which one's worse, a little bit of a bend or a shear? Probably the shear is worse. And that's the point that they should have made, is not that it is taking, like, it can't tow. It's dangerous to be on the road because of the way it's towing. Like, I don't know. It felt a little disingenuous. I think the conclusion was right, but it's shadowed by the way they did it. And the way they were saying it. Because it felt like they didn't care how right or wrong they were. They just wanted to bash on the Tesla because that's the cool thing to do. Which, again, I'm no fan of Tesla. So that bashing on them is fine. But coming across as if you're doing a scientific-ish test and having it be that instead was... I didn't care for it. Yeah, there... Absolutely, 100%, I agree with you. The Cybertruck is a stupid truck. I 100% on board with the fact that Cybertruck is a stupid truck. But show it in a better way, I guess is my point. Rivian is a much better truck than the Cybertruck. The electric F-150, and I'm not a Ford fan, but the electric F-150, the Lightning, is a better truck than the Cybertruck. And then another thing about electric trucks and towing, they're like, oh, your towing capacity goes down by half, or your range goes down by half when you're towing. Yeah, but so does my Jeep Grand Cherokee. It goes to about half when I'm towing. So that isn't the point to make. It's just that it's going down by half, which is what we'd expect, but it's half of a lower number which sucks. So I don't know. Some of the marketing, or not marketing, some of the wording and the way people talk about it is a little disingenuous and makes it sound like it's worse than it actually is. Right. The Ford Lightnings are kind of nasty, but in which way? That's true. It's half of a lower number, where getting it back up to that half again takes 4 times as long, and that also depends on how you're doing it, you know. So if you couldn't tell, I am pro electric vehicle, but not anti non-electric vehicle. Like, there are reasons to have non-electric vehicles. Electric vehicles don't make sense in all cases, but there are plenty of cases where it does make sense. And I don't think anybody should sell their perfectly good or scrap their perfectly good gas vehicle in order to get an electric vehicle. Again, I need to pay more attention to my guy's health. And that balances out, is my understanding. There was a duo, and I watched it, and again, it's one test, so it's one test. It's not scientific to go off of one test, but you can kind of draw some conclusions based on it. And they took an F-150, like a brand new F-150 versus a Rivian, and they loaded a trailer, and then they drove, I think it was, they drove 100 miles and then back, swapped vehicles, put the exact same trailer the same day, and then drove the same 100 miles back. And so again, it was, you know, 100 miles, that's, you know, hour and a half, so it's 3 hours difference. So they drove for 6 hours, which means there's a 3 hour time difference. So maybe the wind was different or whatever. And it was about half what they expected, or what the rated mileage was, with a 80% load, I think is what they were doing. And so with that in mind, and then the gas vehicle also lost about half its range. But at the halfway point, the non-gas vehicle, the electric Rivian, had to charge. Now, the charging on the Rivian is pretty quick. They were able to get to like the 450 amp charger, whatever. There was a fast charger there that was available, and those are more common than they used to be. So there are reasons why maybe it's not as bad as it used to be. And so they had to stop for like an hour to charge, I think. In that, so it was 3 hours of driving and an hour of charging. So a quarter of your drive time was charging while towing. There's something around there. I have to go look at it. It's been a while since I actually, since I watched the video about it. And the truck was out of fuel when it got back, so it made the same trip. But it was able to do the round trip, and then had to fuel up, and fueling up takes 15 minutes, you know, tops. So, and I think with improving battery technology where they can get that charge time down, if you can charge at home at night, like overnight during the off-peak hours, using a normal, slower charger that most people have would be able to have, without doing like remodeling their house, and that works for you, electric cars are the way to go. And yeah, never scrap good vehicles. Buy an electric car when your gas one is to the point where you are looking for a new car anyway. That would be what I would recommend to people. And that slow trickle of old non-electric cars leaving when they're actually dying, and new electric cars coming in, the grid should be able to see the grid will we will be able to see how much of an impact that makes slowly over time as this happens. And in 10 to 15 years, most families can probably have an electric car, and that's fine. And the grid will be able to handle that, because anywhere that does need an upgrade, and I think most places don't actually need an upgrade if you're doing that overnight style charging. So, but when you can't do that, anyway, now I'm ranting. But again, that's my opinion as somebody who doesn't do a ton of driving, and lives in the Midwest, So that's also something that came up when we were talking yesterday when I was talking to my cousin. And when we talked about it, we came to the conclusion that it's not being battery powered that's the problem. It is all the added internet connectivity where they can do things like disable your car, whatever, and that's a completely different conversation and happens with gas cars too. So, I know that there are some gas cars, I think they were BMWs, where they even have a subscription for heated seats. I think it was BMW that was doing that. And it was not on their electric cars, it was on their gas cars. So your electric seats, and I understand. So I'm on the fence about the whole thing, because there's two parts of it. One of it, I kind of understand the economics of, and don't disagree, even though some people do. And the other part, I completely disagree. One is, some companies like BMW, are, some companies are putting heated seats is the big one, but remote start and all kinds of features that you maybe might want, but not everybody wants, and so not everybody wants to pay for. To simplify manufacturing, they put them in all the cars, so you have heated seats in your car, but they're disabled in the software because you didn't pay for heated seats. It was just cheaper for them to have one manufacturing line to build that car, and instead of having one where they have to build heated seats for a while, put normal seats in for a while, stuff like that. Yeah, every factory. So, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, I don't mind the idea that every car has every feature, but you only get the ones you've paid to unlock. If it's a one-time fee and it's a reasonable fee. And the average price of a car should be the same or cheaper, right? So it's like, oh, the people who bought the car with no features shouldn't have to pay more just because it has the features that they're not using. And the people who are buying the features should have a slight discount passed on to them for the fact that they did these other discounts. And that's how they're saving some money. Yes, they're going to pocket a little bit more money. It's a business. That's what they do. But pass on a little bit of the savings on to the people who are buying the features would make a lot of sense to me as a one-time purchase. And then with that type of idea, you'd be able to take your car into the dealership and say, hey, you know what? I didn't think I'd like heated seats, but I'm really kind of missing them. And I want to have heated seats in my car now. Can you turn this feature on? And they're like, sure, $150. I'll flash the new software. Your seats will be good to go. Done. That makes sense to me. I don't disagree with that idea. Now, it feels weird to have heated seats in your car that you can't use, but you didn't pay for the heated seats. So I'm not like it doesn't bother me as much as it bothers some people. And I understand why it would, and I'm not ragging on people who do. Like, it doesn't... I get why you would, but for me personally, I don't care. It makes sense. That's fine. Subscription model doesn't make any sense. Subscription to what? The thing that's physically in my car? Once I've paid to unlock it, it should just be there. Now, I was talking to a friend of mine a while back about this, and there's one way that I would accept a subscription model. And that's where they gave you 4 options, right? You buy a brand new car. Option 1, don't get the heated seats. And I'm going to use heated seats as the example, but it can apply to everything. Option 1, don't get the heated seats. Don't pay a dime more than the sticker price for the non-featured car. Good to go. You can pay a little bit later. Maybe it's $200 to unlock later. Option 2, unlock them right now for $150. You get a little bit of a discount because you don't have to come back and we don't have to reflash everything. $150, you get them right now, or whatever the price will be. I don't know how much heated seats actually cost in a car, so these numbers are not real, but that would make sense to me. And then option 3 is, okay, if you don't want to pay the $150 now, you can pay $15 a month for a year, and then have your heated seats. And then after that, then it's yours. So once you've paid a certain percent more than the initial price because they're giving you a convenience like interest or whatever, some nominal amount extra, then you can pay monthly for it. But once you hit that threshold, then you've paid for it. It's yours. I hate the idea. Like, rent to own makes sense to me. Rent does not. So that's the only way that I would be okay with something like heated seats having a monthly fee, is if there was some cap that after you've reached that, you stop paying the monthly fee and you get to keep it because you've now paid for it. And I think, like, honestly, I'm pretty sure that I did that with Netflix. Like, way back when Netflix actually mailed you DVDs, I had forgot that they had sent me a DVD, and there was something like, once you've had your Netflix subscription for 3 months with the same DVD in your possession, they told you to keep it, and then you could still get a new one. It's like, hey, you've now paid $45 for the, I think it was $10 a month. You now paid $30 for that $12 DVD. That's yours to keep now. What do you want us to send you next? And that's true. I would also be in the group that like, oh, my car's got heated seats. Well, I get the right ODB2 connector computer thing, and I can tell it that I paid for it even though I didn't, and then turn it on. Like, I'd absolutely do that. But I think the number of people who would do that would be calculated into what their total cost would end up being, and so it'd still be fine. Like they would still, like, they'd make their money and more than break even though some people would have things they didn't pay for, but that would be the minority. So the secondary benefit to them that you'd be arm twisted into selling it through the dealership instead of party to party because of feature transfer. So that's another thing. I think features should be tied to the vehicle, not to the owner. And some companies were having heated seats like tied to the person, not to the car. I think Tesla does that with full self-driving. If you buy full self-driving for your car, that's tied to your account, not to that car. But it's tied to your account and that car. So if you sell the car, the person you sell it to doesn't get the full self-driving. They have to pay again to unlock it, but you also don't get to transfer that to your new car if you bought a new one. It's weird and it's stupid, and I don't agree with it. But I think that once a car has had it purchased for it once, it should just be there for every future, just forever. You pay for it once, you unlock it once, you're good to go. So I don't know. That's my opinion and all that. And again, that's my opinion. You know, I don't make the rules. They're gonna do what they want, and all I can do is vote with my money and not buy the ones that have subscription fees for things that shouldn't be subscription fees. I have not heard of housing as a service, but based on its title, I don't think I'm gonna like it. Go ahead and fill me in. Okay, so it's basically renting with extra steps. So it's like, so I'm guessing it's like, okay, you're renting, and there already are like renting fully furnished and stuff like that. And so like being able to pay more to have a fully furnished house to rent doesn't bother me because that already exists. But if it's like, okay, you're paying $1,000, we're just gonna say, you know, numbers for randomness. You're paying $1,000 a month just to live here. And then if you want to be able to use the dishwasher that's in the house that is there that you could use, that's another $50 a month to use the dishwasher. And if you want to be able to use the laundry that's in the laundry room, that's another $50 for the washer, $50 for the dryer. Oh, you want it? That just feels like if that's kind of the idea, is that there's little features that in general would just always be included. But now you have to pay monthly for. It feels dumb. And beyond that, if like I'm not sure what else. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to actually. Okay, let me Google it quick. Okay, let's see here. Past all the sponsored. The housing as a service revolution has begun. Okay, so he talks about how it. Where does it say what housing as a service is? Community focused. I don't. This doesn't really explain what. JP Morgan. What is real estate as a service? So that's commercial, on-demand commercial space. I don't think that's what we're looking at. Okay, so a little bit of what I've we're gonna do this. ChatGPT has a new model out, 4.5, which does research. Give me the top 10 bullet points about what is housing as a service, and what are the top 5 pros and cons of housing as a service. So residents pay a recurring fee for housing services rather than traditional rent or mortgage payments. That sounds like rent. Typically offer short-term, month-to-month, or customized contracts instead of long-term leases. Okay, so it's rent that's automatically month-to-month. Fully furnished and move-in ready units, so that you can already do that with rented units. It just costs more. Amenities and services also include utilities, Wi-Fi, cleaning, maintenance, and additional amenities like fitness centers, co-working spaces, and social events. Okay, so this is what I was starting to see. Some apartments already do utilities are included. Sometimes it's some utilities, sometimes it's all Wi-Fi. My Carl, I think, lived in an apartment a while back where the internet was included and the utilities were included in the rent, and so they just call that as included in the rent. So fitness centers, I lived in an apartment that had a fitness center. But we didn't pay extra to do it, so it's not like it just was like something that came with for living there. But if it's like, okay, we have a fitness center that you can pay an extra $10 a month to have access to, maybe that's what they're talking about. Digital technology driven, sure. Community centered. So this is what I was reading in the other ones that hit me. Community with shared spaces, events, and networking opportunities. So if your housing as a service included access to like a common room, but not just any common room, but like the apartment we had one common room for like 7 buildings or something like that. And it was in a different building and it's where the office was and stuff like that. But if it's like, oh no, every building has a common room on every floor that people can just go to, and there's a TV and there's a PlayStation or whatever, that's community centric. But if it's as a service, you'd think that like it's pay extra for access to these things, or don't pay for it if you don't think you're going to use it. I don't know. Scalability is another thing. So this makes me think like, instead of the traditional apartment, it's like, okay, there's a floor that has, a kitchen, like a whole bunch of rooms, and and then a community area. Yes, it's kind of like dorm apartments. Yeah, it sounds. Kelly's here. She's commenting on it. It sounds kind of like having a dorm room. It's like, oh, you can rent one dorm room that has a community bathroom. It doesn't have a bathroom in the room, but it's got a community bathroom. There's community open area, whatever, for the different areas, community kitchen, stuff like that for the entire floor, and you rent as many rooms as you happen to need. Cost transparency, like I think that should be a thing on even rent. Targeted demographics, sure, whatever. Call it something different to hit the young ones. Hybrid between renting and hospitality, like a hotel. So, convenience and flexibility. Ideal for transient lifestyles. Professionals need to move quick. That makes sense for people who are like moving around the country. For like, there's a lot of like we got the Mayo Clinic here, and people come in, do the residency for a few months, a year, and then they leave. And so they rent fully furnished houses usually. But, that makes some sense. But there's already things that do that. Predictable costs? Well, sure. Enhanced community experience. This is where I think the key difference between renting is that it's renting, but with more shared spaces. Reduced maintenance burden. That's renting. You don't have to do any maintenance. You contact the people you're renting from. This feels like renting, with few additional amenities like renting with housekeeping built in. Higher monthly costs, lack of long-term stability, limited personalization. I guess, yeah, if you're not going to be there as long, they're not going to be like, oh yeah, you can't put nails in the wall. Lots of community spaces, so there's limited privacy, and then variable quality. I don't know. I feel like that's basically just renting. But with more shared spaces, maybe you don't have a full living room that has room for a TV, but you also don't need a TV because there's one in the shared room that you have access to. But you're paying extra to have access to that shared room. You know, I don't know. Yes. Yeah. I think so. There's a lot of companies that don't have a lot of cost transparency. Um, yeah, no, I just read your previous thing. Barracks. That's exactly what it sounds like. You have a barracks and you're renting space. Does it mean that you might even only rent like, oh, I'm gonna rent a shared room, and so there could be some other rando in why was I following on this guy? Some other rando that rented the other bed that's in this two bed room, not two bedroom, two bed room, or like, oh, I don't have my own dishes. I have to use the dishes that are here, so I don't get to choose what they look like, which I don't care. I don't know. And if it works for people, sure. It doesn't sound like something that, like, it sounds like renting. Like, it doesn't seem like it's that different from just renting. And so the distinction, it's renting, except for you're renting a room, not a whole place. Yeah, renting with extra steps, renting with less privacy. You know, I don't know. I wouldn't like it, but I can see where some people might like it though. And if they like it, more power to them. Go ahead and do it. And then if nobody ends up liking it and the sector goes down, well, that's what free market's for, you know? Togetherments. Instead of apartments, they're togetherments. Yeah. I got it. I get it. That's great. You know, and and this is where I'm more. I think everybody is free to do whatever they feel like is gonna. There's gonna be a demand for, and then if they find out there's no demand, that's the danger of going into business. If it ends up being that is what people want, well, it's not what I want, but if that's what they want, sure, you know, have at it. You're free to do whatever you want. You know, I was just talking about old school RuneScape. Um, and I was thinking that I might be trying that out. Moonfang? What's a Moonfang? Is that a named? You know, let me um fight this guy who's being a pain. Oh no. Okay. I will warn you, I don't think we mentioned it in the Grand Escape discussion, but it is a very watered down experience for you to play. So 95% membership opens up 95% of the game. How much is membership? Is it like a monthly? Membership can be fully funded in game once you get to mid-late game bossing. Or if you're good at stacks. Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna log out here. I'm gonna go AFK for a couple minutes, and then I'll switch over and try it out. We'll see what it's like. All right, I'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right. That's a good song for me to come back to. I just happened to. So does it matter which world I pick? It's a free world. $301. 476. Is this the number of people on the worlds? How do I know what's PvP? The red ones? See, there's words, but it's underneath my cursor. Oh, you don't see that on my. Ah, you don't. Hmm. So when you scale the mouse cursor, oh, now you see my scaled mouse cursor, but you also see a not scaled mouse cursor. See, I have the mouse cursor turned up a little bit normally. See, now you don't see it. But it's just enough where it makes it hard to see. So 301 says trade free. Wilderness PK free. Wilderness PK free. Because I also don't want the gold star because that's member only, so I can't play on those. So how do plugins work? Okay, so 301. I'll just start at 301 then. Okay. Can I change settings? Oh, what are all these settings? Oh, there's the plugin hub. Okay. Do I not get to do like? Oh, this is configuration. Are these plugins, not actual game settings? Those look like Okay, so those are all plugins. How do I change like I figured out how to Because I want to change some settings about like resolution and stuff. Might be locked in the tutorial. Well, that's dumb. Okay, talk to this guy. Yeah, what you see is what I see. Other than what I'm covering with my picture. I don't see anything. There's all these squares in the bottom right, but there's nothing there. Settings menu. Flashing spinner icon on the bottom right of your screen. Oh, hey, look. Settings. Okay. So, yeah, okay. Display. Brightness. Camera zoom. Classic layout? No. Okay, all settings. There's not much. Like, I can't even change the resolution. Turn the music off just so I can listen to the sleep token. So plugin. So I'm gonna go up here, plugins, install. Oh wow, that changed a lot. But it's still like, it feels like it's running at 2 FPS. Is that normal? Playing colorblind mode. No. Uh yeah, no, we're not gonna cause it to crash. Texture resolution. Oh, can't go higher. I don't know. I'll just deal with the fact that it feels like I'm got like 3 FPS of the way my guy. Yeah, so it's like I click and then he starts moving pretty quickly. Seems fine. I don't know. I just wish I could just scale everything. Is there client resizer? Because I want to just have this, but full screen. Like I don't want to make everything tiny. Anyway, it's fine. It is what it is. Click here. Oh wait, disable lock window size in the rune light config. Oh, I see that. I don't know. Whatever. Keep going. Yeah, because this being so like down in the middle or down in the lower corner, but also so small. Runelight bar, branch search, Runelight, click cog. Runelight. Oh yeah, here's game size. What? Um, it doesn't do it. Lock window size. It didn't lock anything. That's not 1920 by 10. Oh, I have Windows doing some scaling. It's like 50% scaling. So I don't want to change the game size. I want to change um the scale of everything else. But anyway, it's fine. I can. No. All right, whatever. I'm gonna just keep going. Okay. You have been given the item. You open your inventory. To do so, click on the flashing backpack icon on the right hand side of the screen. Okay. Small fishing net. Use. I'll have to go net fishing spot. Okay. I'm doing terribly. That's the grass. There we go. Skills. Total level 32. So you start at 32? Combat level 3. Total level is all your level 1s added together. Yeah. So total XP, whatever. Free total level 24. Is my combat, attack, defense, range? I don't know. Okay. I managed to catch some shrimp. Bronze axe and a tinderbox. Cut down a tree. It's time to light a fire. First, click on the tinderbox in your inventory. Then, with the tinderbox highlighted, click on the type of logs to use tinderbox on them. I got so many shrimp. Tinderbox. Logs. I'm so good at cooking shrimp. I burnt that one, it looks like. Burnt shrimp. Oh, I burnt 2 of them. I'm not good at cooking shrimp. I've burnt half the shrimp I've made. Click on the gate shown. Remember, you can use your arrow keys. Yeah, okay. Oh, way over here. Flour and water. Flour and water. Quest list. Free quests. It lists every... So all the quests in the game are listed here? Wait, why is there a number and it says report abuse when I cursor over it? Currently 170 quests. Okay. Yeah. Completed 0 of 170. Got it. Okay. They're gonna let her go down into the next area. So the red button is the report button. It just happens to have the timer on it. Got some tin, gonna go get some copper. Is it so do I have a limited inventory space then? Is it like once this is full I'm done, or is it gonna get a scroll bar? Can I get a bigger inventory? Hmm. I made 2 daggers. Wield the bronze dagger. Alright, whatever. Stab, lunge, slash, block, auto retaliate. Okay. Hmm. All right, so there's a bank. So if I want to put my burnt shrimp, I got burnt shrimp in the bank. Okay. Hmm. No. Yeah. It opened opened a different screen. Verify my email. I just want to see what it's like or what it, whatever stuff. Hey, so it's $14 a month if I wanted to start. Okay. Okay. Attack increases hit chance, strength increases max hit damage, and defense makes it harder for you to be hit by melee. Magic and range defense is the range and magic stat. And damage is a triangle. Melee is strong versus range versus magic versus melee. So it's a uh, rock paper scissors style. Okay, continue through the next door. Prayer menu. Okay. Before getting membership is do all the free quests up to Dragon Slayer 1 and get roughly 50 combat. Okay. Add friend. Name of friend. Demon Slayer 102. Oh, nope, that's too much. I don't get to have friends. Nice. That worked. On to the final. Oh, right click. Message. Where am I going? I went out. So I get to wind strike a chicken. So Iron Man is hardcore, right? Iron Man is SSF. Oh, okay. Either way, I don't want to do it. Oh yeah, you mentioned Group Iron Man is Guild SSF effectively. Okay. So hardcore is kind of like how well you just lose the flag and that's about all you lose. Oh, adventure paths. Combat path or gatherer path. Let's do combat first. Or should I do gatherer first? Okay, combat. There's a setting you'd toggle. Bank. Okay, in the Runelight setting. Oh, Runelight settings. Runelight settings. With the cog towards the bottom of its menu, it'd be. Oh, search bar bank. Bar bank. Search bar bank. My, I'll get there eventually. Bank highlighter, bank value, bank blacklist, bank div, bank heat map, bank notes, bank locks. No. There's so many bank things. The wrench, not the hub. Wrench. Bank. Bank. Oh, yeah. Okay. This bank. Keyboard bank pin. Oh, okay. So, oh, hey, I see a person here that looks like, oh, disappeared. Okay. Okay, so then it said to do an adventure path and combat path. And so I'm just supposed to do these things, right? So just get level 5 in the attack skill, and I'll get a sword of some kind. The top floor of the castle behind us. Okay. Oh, okay. No. I thought I had to go to the other one. Right click to skip the dialogue. Okay. Talk to banker. No pin set. Set a pin. These numbers are all over the place. Yeah, my door lock can do that too, which I think is weird, but I guess so that you can't just have something that just clicks and matches where you're clicking. Okay. So now so this banknote item confuses me. So if I withdraw as a note, I can withdraw a lot more of something because I saw like the shrimp didn't stack, right? So I could withdraw a note of 100 shrimp, and now it would let me have 100 instead of just the 24. And then that would let me give the note of 100 shrimp to somebody else. They put the note into their bank and they can withdraw the individuals. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to deposit all so my inventory is empty. I can follow you. Trade. Oh. Oh. Oh, no, it's. No, no. Okay. What are these? 1,000 3,000 feathers? A bunch of cakes? A bunch of runes? Something called 479? Okay. Okay, so what is this? Use feather. Eat cake. I got lots of cake. Wear blue wizard hat. I'm wearing a blue wizard hat now. Oh. I clicked on the blue wizard. Staff of air. Staff of fire. Fire sounds fun. Bronze arrows. That's what I was saying. It's because I want to scale the UI so that I can actually see everything without going like leaning way in. but I couldn't find a way to scale it. I'll Google it at some point. Use coins on coins. Feathers are used for fishing. Runes are magic. Staves do two things. It lets you select a spell as autocast for combat. The Staff of X is infinite of that type of time when equipped. So now that I've equipped the Staff of Fire, I can cast fire infinite times. And then the blue wizard hat, examine. It doesn't. Infinite of that type of rune. So when I'm casting spells, which was no, that's prayer. Magic is the book. Oh, I got so many. Basic air missile. Wind strike. So if I were to instead, oh, choose spell. Wind strike, water strike, earth strike, fire strike. Oh, I see the star. So what I need to do is I really want to be using the air staff right now, so that when I'm casting a spell, airstrike, that far right one is a star, so I'm not going to actually be using. So now I would cast automatically that spell when I click on things to combat it. You don't want to defensively cast, so auto retaliate off. Okay.
I'm going to play some of the songs behind you.
Oh, to see the two spell options, how one is a shield that's defensive casting. It splits its experience between magic and defense. Oh, okay. So I just want to do this one. I get it. So if I had infinite runes for whatever reason, then defensive casting would be fine because it would level my casting and my defense. But since runes, I don't have infinite of all the runes. Okay. I keep trying to hit like I for inventory and it just types into the chat window. Ah, okay, okay. Ah, so inventory is escape, which is weird. But That's fine. So this hat that I equipped, does it do anything? Because I cursor over it, it says nothing, and when I examine it, all it says is its value. And I don't know what the value means. Is that just like the 691 GE average 691 HA value 1? Oh. Well, now all the buttons disappeared. Bronze arrow. So that's adding 2 to magic, attack, and defense. Okay. But I can't see it just by, like, I have to compare wearing it to not wearing it. I can't just examine it and say, this adds 2 to magic attack. Enables custom hovers on items. Let's try that. Nope, that didn't do it. Item stats. Always show base stats. Nope. Enable equipment stats. Show theoretical. I don't know. This doesn't do anything. So on a cursor over here, it's showing. Okay, so that's showing me the difference. So this one says a stab +3, crush +2, but the helmet doesn't show. I'm going to unequip the helmet. Oh, now it does, but not here. It doesn't. When equipped, it doesn't show me. That's weird. All right. So now do I go fight stuff, I guess? I have, again, I'm trying to open my inventory. I have my Staff of Air, so I probably want to also have like my mate, that sword I had. bronze sword, and a shield. Didn't I have a shield? Withdraw all. Withdraw all. Withdraw all. I'm just gonna have all the runes on me. Maybe the short bow. There's the shield. Melee it first. That makes sense. So wield, wield, combat. We'll do stab. So this block is the defensive XP, so that'll help me do. Okay. So go downstairs. In the kitchen. How much hand-holding you want? The quest helper plugin by default will tell you every step, but you can turn it down. I mean, I don't mind hand-holding. So for example, in one of the games that I was playing, I think it was World of Warcraft, I put the add in that gave me an arrow of where to go for all the quests, because I can't be bothered to figure that stuff out on my own. So, but I mean, yeah, okay, I'll turn the quest helper on. Quest helper. Fan appears on quest completion. That seems like a very important checkbox. It's not checked by default. Okay. We'll just leave it default for now. What's wrong? What's wrong? I need milk, egg, and flour. Okay, so in this quest pulled up that I need egg, pot of flour, bucket of milk. So now I go find that stuff. Bring the following items: 3 coins. So pizza's fine. Purchase a bucket from the general store. Oh, so this is literally like what I could do is just bring this and then I figure out the rest. But it has all the steps: get the milk, get the egg, get the flour. And that's what you're saying I could turn off if I wanted to? There's a free one downstairs. Well, this only goes upstairs? Okay. General store. Oh, is there a way to turn off puzzle solutions? Because that's the only thing I wouldn't want. Hides. Okay. Full assistance. Hide puzzle solutions. If you want to still have guidance but solve certain parts yourself. That's probably. Because I don't necessarily. Oh, there's a trapdoor. I don't necessarily need like I want to. If there's a puzzle, I want to try the puzzle. I don't want it to tell me the answers. I mean, not until I decide I give up. But when it's just go here, buy this, go there, kill this, go here, find whatever, that I don't mind. But yeah, puzzles I don't necessarily need the answers to. There's a knife. There's a cabbage. Take bucket. Getting the milk. Bring the following. Okay, so now starting off is done. Milk the cow northeast. Where's my north indicator? Is there a north indicator on the map? Oh, I see it. It's in the upper left. Okay. That guy's 10. Oh, this is telling me to talk to the shopkeeper. It says to buy the thing. I'm not going to buy the thing. So I already have it. How do I tell it I've done this? Okay. Anyway. I'll just... Cow somewhere. These are sheep. These are cows. Don't attack the cow. Instead, open your inventory. Use bucket on cow. Open the gate. Use bucket on cow. Only dairy cows are suitable for milking. So these are not dairy cows? Apparently these aren't dairy cows. Cow, 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 cow. Cow, cow. Okay, I'm gonna look for different cows that are dairy cows. Other side of the river. Hey, dairy cow. That's not a dairy cow. Oh, I'm fighting a cow. I'm gonna level up my combat by fighting this level 2 cow. Milk, dairy cow. Milk, dairy cow. Now I've got milk. Getting the egg. From... Okay, so go back to the... Because I saw the chickens. Search the coop. I find an egg. Now I've got the egg. Pot of flour. Yeah, we could totally do Discord. I'm gonna finish this. Oh, I need a pot. I think I had one, but I put it in my bank. Oh, there's a bucket out there too. I could take that bucket too. Attack a goblin? Why are there goblins here all of a sudden? Oh, you're trying to give me a... Oh, it doesn't pop up in the middle of the screen. And so I don't even notice you're trying to do it. Well, thank you. That's why I didn't move on. It's because it wanted me to purchase a bucket and a pot. North of... Find some wheat. It says to go this way. I like the arrow. 11,000 pots? It sounds like you have an addiction. They say pot's not addictive, but you made 11,000 of them, so... Pick wheat. Do I use pot? Okay. Pick some wheat. Ah! I just had a Skippy PB Mini thrown at me. Climb up the ladder in the mill north of Lumbridge to the top floor. Mill, I'm guessing, is over here. Oh, yep. See the thing. Glass is the real strat. To the top floor, so I gotta climb again. Fill hopper. Wait, operate. Climb up the ladder. Examine hopper. Grain goes in here. Nice. Oh, operate hopper controls. Climb down the ladder. See, I got so much. I picked 4 of them. I'm just gonna do it all. To the ground floor. Okay. Okay, now I just run back. After I run back, I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. Then I'll hop into Discord. If you want. Yay! I've completed the cook's assistant. Now if I look at the quests, which I thought was adventure quest list. Cook's assistant is done. Quest complete. I have 1 of 170 done. I'm like a 0.5% done with the game. All right. I need to AFK for just a couple minutes, and then yeah, I'll hop into the Discord. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, Discord. Discord, where's my Discord? Change what? Like my audio settings? No, it just is Discord in general. Did my Discord get closed or am I just blind? Oh, here it is. I'm just blind. Don't worry about it.
Hey, there's Skittles in there!
I like Skittles.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's going pretty good. But can you hear me?
I'm turning your volume up, but I can hear you. I just turn you up a bit.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't used this headset on Discord yet, so.
Sounds good. They made cotton candy Kit Kats. They are weird. Okay, so now I did the quest.
I feel like there used to be there used to be a guy out here, an NPC that would, like, kind of point you in our direction to go.
Well, they said that it was the guy with the sword that told me to go down the adventure path.
It's the dude wearing, like, light blue was one I was thinking of. He tells you some, like, things you can do around Lumbridge.
Okay. Oh, this guy says Lumbridge Guide.
Yeah, yeah.
So basically, the combat path is get level 5 in attack skill, and the guy said fight goblins or the beasts in the woods or the whatever. Even said to fight the
Yeah.
chickens for easy pickings.
Yeah, the chickens are pretty decent. Well, they used to be. That used to be how I used to get my early gold, because you could sell feathers on the Grand Exchange. And you could stack up a lot while you're getting to, like, I normally go for about 10 attack, strength, and defense. but goblins have better, more useful drops.
These guys seem to be dropping hammers and bones, but they all take up inventory space.
Bones you can bury to get prayer XP, which prayer is relatively important to get to like 43 sooner than later, but you don't necessarily need it in free to play. The hammers you can just ignore. They should drop. I think they have a weapon and some armor drop, if I remember correctly.
Ah, okay. I got an air talisman.
Yeah, those are used for rune crafting to do it the proper way, or the original intended way. But you only need one of each talisman.
Oh, okay.
Rune crafting may in fact be the worst skill to grind through. It's just really, really slow and tedious and lots of running back and forth. They added a mini game to it, make it a little bit better, but it's still not fun. Like the leaderboards only have something like 97,000 people having maxed it, or 97,000 accounts having maxed it.
Hmm.
If you look in your quest list, there's a really good one to do for some combat XP and to kind of like learn the area better. It's called Goblin Diplomacy. It's to the northeast or northwest of us, but it's not too far.
So my dog started barking just as you started talking, so I missed half of that. Something about goblins.
Oh, if you check your quest list, there's a really good quest to start to the northwest of us called Goblin Diplomacy.
Goblin diplomacy in the quests.
Yeah, and if you click on it, there's a button to show you where you started at on the map.
Can I put like a marker to go to that?
So if you search it in the Quest Helper plugin, it'll give you an arrow that points towards it.
Okay, that seems good. Okay. So blue dye, orange dye, and goblin male. So I have to dye some. So I have to dye some goblin armor.
Yeah.
Which I already
The,
have a goblin male from fighting goblins. So I need 2 more, it looks like.
yep. And then the dye, there's a witch a bit south of us that makes dye.
This click to move is a little bit temperamental, it looks like. But now I gotta find more goblin. Wait, do I fight the level 5 goblins that were right there? Or do I go back and fight the other goblins that I was fighting?
I'd fight the other ones just because they have lower odds of hitting you.
Okay. Hmm? Mm-mm. Mm-hmm.
Although if you go just across the river, there's like 30 goblins that spawn there.
Across the river
Yeah,
to the south?
to the southeast. Like right in front of where you spawned. Oh. Yeah, to the south of here.
Oh, I went across a bridge I don't think I meant to go across. I got a clue scroll.
Yeah, those were added in not too long ago. Well, relatively speaking, not too long ago. They're kind of like scavenger hunts most of the time. And
Ah,
then uh, each tier has a minimum and a maximum number of steps to them. And when you finish them, you get a loot box, basically, of like some of the really rare gear.
nice. That goblin had beer.
Oh, if you click on the quest button and then click on the, I don't know, brownish grayish tab to the left and go down to the bottom right and click on where it says collection log, that's all the first tab's bosses, but that's all the unique drops they have. And then raids, and there's a quiz tab in there too.
Ah. There's a second goblin male. Thank you. Those congratulations popped up and left very quickly. I think I just leveled in attack and defenses. No, just attack. I'm at 6 attack. Oh, I wasn't getting strength XP because I was on the wrong thing, and that's not the. Okay, I figured that out now.
Yeah, I probably didn't ex explain that well enough.
No, you did. I just didn't realize that. Um, I just didn't read it well enough and thought that I was on one that was giving strength XP, and then noticed after the fact that it was not. Okay, so I got the 3 goblin males, so now I need to find the person that makes the dyes.
Yeah,
Like a
which
blue and an orange
uh,
dye.
yeah. Quest Helper might show you the arrow for that. I don't know on lower settings.
Okay, so I need to get something from Wyson and Faladar Park.
Yeah, we'll go that way, and you can pick up the onion you need for the yellow dye.
I'm starting to see that you can see on the map where everything is. the onions were on the map, so I can see where I need to go to get that.
Sort of. Like the onions, I know just because I've gone there enough times for other reasons. But the wiki, the wiki's a lifesaver. And then just like this part of the map, I just know.
So I need 3 red berries, but it seems like that's gonna be more than I have inventory space.
No, there's a bank right over here.
I should put some of the Oh, are we back in the same spot we were?
No, this is Falador. We started in Lumbridge,
Hey,
but
how's it
just
going?
kind of northwest. So, speaking of inventory, so you know how Iron Man is solo self-helm? There's a more extreme version of it called Ultimate Iron Man that you don't have access to banks. So it's all you have is what you can carry on you.
That seems a bit extreme.
It's see, Iron Man sounds fun. I've never thought Ultimate Iron Man sounded like fun at all.
This whole time I never put my shield on, apparently. So you find 3 red berries. I imagine they're nearby, and if I wasn't trying to use anything else, I would just run around and find what looks like bushes.
Um, I don't know if you went down that conversation, but they're near Varrock, so the city to the east of us. That one that we accidentally went to. They're over there-ish. Or you can buy them here.
Oh, okay. I see.
Or not here. It's you can buy them from the town that we got the onions at. Well, sort of, just past there. Or you can pick them for free at Rock.
Oh, I feel like picking them for free makes sense. Um, I didn't read the I didn't open that conversation because I didn't realize he was going to tell me where to get everything.
Yeah,
Now that I
that
realize
one of the
that.
few that most of them are just like text walls.
Somebody's made a wall of fire pits.
Yeah, that's how you train fire making. Um, Unless you get a membership, then you go to Winter Todd and fight that boss. So they're by the mine on the southeast corner of Rock.
Oh, okay. Oh, those guys just killed me.
I couldn't save you in time. I will stand on your gravestone. Sorry, I forget those guys are aggressive if you're under like level 35.
Okay, so I got 15 minutes to get my body, or I have to pay a fee to get my stuff back. But I didn't lose everything, just most everything.
At least you're not far from it this time.
Is there a way to tell it something is aggressive against you?
I'm not sure. I don't. Generally, if they're higher level, but also not everything higher level than you is aggressive.
I think I got everything back. There's some unicorns over here. I think that's everything. I got the 2 onions. I got the leaf, and the 3 berries. I think that's everything I need.
Alright, then it's down to the eye lady.
And now that I've got the dyed goblin armor, I just go turn it in.
Yes. I think you're standing on top of the NPC you need to talk to.
Yeah, I figured it out. A gold bar. And my crafting level up to 3.
Then there is also the quest that you, the sheep shear, where you just go shear sheep.
Yeah, I saw that one. There's a checkbox for free to play.
Yeah.
Going to shear sheep. So many goblins. There's shears on the ground right here.
No, you should grab them real quick then.
I now have some shears.
You'll probably run around. You'll probably want to run up to that bank and empty out your inventory because I think you need like 20 balls of wool. If you just keep following this road down, I'll take you back to that where we started.
Yeah, I see. And getting around. There's an imp. You know, having a shield means that you don't get hit as often.
It does help with that. So the imps will drop fiendish ashes. They are better prayer XP than bones.
And bread dough?
Well, their loot table's kind of funky. It has some of the most random stuff on it. And there's a quest that you should probably start soonish that you have to get. There's a chance that they drop 1 of 4 beads, and you have to get all 4 of them to turn them in.
Hmm. Can you get the beads before you have the quest? And so you just.
Yeah, you can get them before.
So. If I don't pick up the quest, it's not the end of the world if I find the beads first.
Right.
Okay.
And if you find multiples, they sell for like 3,000 gold on the Grand Exchange. Because I
No.
think they're part of a potion recipe. Plus, people hate doing the quest because, like, it's not a common drop, but it's not a super uncommon drop.
Oh, yeah, the bank's at the top, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember now. I can learn. The imps just kind of random. Um, they don't spawn anywhere in particular.
There's a spot in the members area that I found that they will spawn back at. There's a spawn point for a couple of them near the castle. Um, but yeah, and then they teleport.
Share 20 sheep. Oh, that wasn't a sheep. So that pop-up keeps like popping up. I think that I got a skill up on my hit points, but it went away so quick. I wasn't sure.
I'm pretty sure you start at 10, so if you have more than 10. Also, it'll be in your chat log.
And why does my chat say aggressive next to it?
Oh, that's your attack style. Um, Basically, aggressive means lower hit chance but higher damage rate, if I remember correctly. And then controlled is its baseline, and offensive is less likely to get hit. Like if you hover over and where you choose what attack you want to use.
Oh.
Did you find the sheep that is not a sheep?
There's lots of rams.
You just found the sheep that is not a sheep.
Was that a penguin?
Penguin? Why is there a penguin? Is a sheep hiding a penguin?
I got more than enough wool, I think. Uh, in the castle. I gotta go to the castle now and spin it into balls of wool.
Yep, on the second floor. That's the nearest spinning wheel.
For some reason, I was thinking that all I had to do is shear the sheep. And so I was waiting for the balls of wool to turn green. What? Why did it make me attack a man?
Did he deserve it?
Apparently, I think so. No, I was just trying to click on the door, and there was a guy there, and the default option for this guy is just to attack him. So I was like, oh, there's a chest in here.
Hey, you got a level.
Combat level is now 6. Now I have a different helm I can wear. It is less magic, which I'm not doing magic right now, but it's better at everything else. Oh, I can't open this chest if I'm not a member. Where is this wheel spinning thing?
Right next to me.
Oh, yeah, in the room that I was trying to open the chest at.
Oh, when you're done spinning that wool, I guess this isn't really intuitive, but I'll show you something that's really handy to know. Click on the bar graphs that takes you to the skills.
Okay.
And then click on any of the boxes except for the heart one. Like, click on the attack one, so the sword.
Ah. Salamanders?
Yes.
Okay. So that tells me what all the different equipment is and what is that
It
affects
tells
that
you,
stat.
um, doesn't really tell you what affects that stat, but it tells you what all your unlocks are at every level. And gives you a general
Oh.
idea of, like, tiering.
So that's not that steel does 5. It's that steel can be used at 5?
No, yes, it will steel is unlocked at level 5 and is a better tier. It will do more damage or defend better if you're looking at like defense. Up until like you start doing more specific and more in-dish game stuff, the general rule of thumb is the farther down that is, the better it is.
Now a sheep shearer. He thinks I'm crazy.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be aliens? I think there's two more quests in Lumbridge, and that's all the Lumbridge quests done.
There's an optimal ordering.
Technically, yes, because there's an order that you can do quests because of their XP rewards that minimizes how much actual like skill grinding you have to do.
Oh. I lost you now all of a sudden.
Oops. I said technically yes, because um, the skill rewards, like the XP rewards, there's an order that you can do them that minimizes the actual amount of like skill training you have to do.
Okay, so when I click on you, it says you're level 66.
Yeah, so that's my combat level, which is an aggregate of it's like an average between your attack, strength, defense, range, prayer, and magic.
Ah, okay.
Total levels like 909.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I think it's Father Eric as the quest. This one it says that you should have 10 combat. You don't need it because where it recommends the combat level at, you can literally just walk away from the guy and he can't attack you.
A level 13 you can run away from. Get Ghost Speak Amulet. I think I saw that on the map. Keep trying to hit M to open the map. I thought I saw some amulet that was just on the map.
Uh, I don't think it's on the map, but if you look over to the far left without moving your map, you'll see the quest icon. That's the quest plugin showing you where you need to go. Oh, down on the little peninsula. Yeah, you hovered over it for a while.
Yeah. Uh, says get go speak amulet, and it tells me to go this way. So let's go this way. So there are leather gloves just on the ground here.
Yes.
It's just free to pick up.
Yep. It's just one of the random, like, programmed item spawn locations.
Won't let me talk to him. I think because maybe he was on the door.
Right click.
No, it's because I accidentally opened the message, I guess. I have an amulet of ghost speak. Speak with a ghost. You keeping me trapped in the building?
So, the ghost you need to talk to is right next to the church that you picked the quest up at.
Oh, I have to put the amulet on. Okay, time to find a skull.
Yep. It's at what's one of the best range training places if you want to make some money while you're there, but it's not far.
Everything says become a member.
Yeah, like I said, like 95 to 98% of the game's locked, unfortunately, but you can still do a decent enough amount as free to play to like kind of get a feel for the game. And then uh, it's downstairs. But once you get into like the late end game, or not, sorry, not late end game, late mid game, you can start making enough gold to pay for your subscription.
Nice. So that did I get? Yeah, I got the skull. So that's it.
Yeah,
That guy's level 13, which is why they want you to be combat 10.
yes. But you don't even have to run. Like his movement speed is slow enough that if you don't have run energy, you can still just walk faster than him.
Nice. It's interesting that you need a skull, but you can't, like, I guess it's the ghost skull, not whatever skeleton he is.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a skull in the coffin, if I remember correctly, because like the wizards took it for some reason or another.
Yeah. No, there's definitely no skull in that coffin. Eh. This guy attacked me. He says he's level 6. I guess I'm level 6 too? So it's
Yeah.
probably fine. Look like I'm gonna win. Have you seen Epic NPC Man?
I have not.
So it's a bunch of YouTube shorts, and that guy was called a mugger. You should just look at there's a string of shorts about the muggers. I guess they're not shorts, they're short videos. They're like 2-3 minutes long. It's like, what do we do? We mug people because we're muggers. That's what we do.
Fuck one of their own grandmas. It's always one convincing.
Yeah, yeah. It's always one convincing the other to mug whatever happens to be walking by. And one time it's like, oh, look at that person. We should mug him. The guy goes, oh yeah, we should mug him. Turns around, oh, that's my grandma. We shouldn't mug her. That's what we do. We mug people. And then their grandma kicks their butt. Grand mugger, yes. Grand mugger. He said it in the game.
The last Lumbridge quest is inside the castle, I believe. It's either inside the castle or it's at the Wizard's Tower we're just at.
Does the map have a quest icon for like pick up a quest?
Yeah, so it's the quest is Rune Mysteries. So if you go to the quest list and click on it, it'll mark it on your map. But I'm pretty sure he's in the dining hall of the castle. Or he's upstairs, one or the other. He's on the second floor for me, so he might be upstairs.
First floor of Lumbridge Castle. Is that where we're at?
Yes.
We're looking for Duke Harako.
I'd say he's upstairs.
Oh, yep. So it says first floor. First floor means second floor. So can you do multiple quests at once? Could I have grabbed this quest and
Yeah.
the thing when we ran down there?
Yeah, I just didn't think about grouping them up. You still have your pickaxe from earlier, right? Like in the bank.
Yeah, it's in the bank. Should I go and grab it?
I think you'll need it, but I'm not sure.
It's funny. He gave me an air talisman to bring over there. I already had one. I'm gonna bring both just in case. So with the stats, like my attack is 6/6. So for HP, that makes sense. I have 5 HP out of a total 11 HP. But are there things that can like reduce my attack?
Yeah, and boost it. Like, you can go both ways with it.
So the first is what I'm actually at, and then the second is what my standard max is.
Correct.
So everything being 1 of 1, 10 of 10, 6
Yeah.
6, 3, 3, that all makes sense. But eventually I might get something that makes it so I'm at 7 of 6.
Yep.
Okay.
Like, that wizard that killed you, they do I think it's an attack drain spell. So it'll lower your attack so you miss more often.
Well, that's not very nice.
But that's also like, start looking through some of the quests and stuff, especially if you're on the quest helper. Some of the quests requirement, like skill wise, some will say not boostable. That means that like that has to be your level. You can't use anything to increase your level to get to that part. Like, because some of them are just like a hard requirement, and then some of them are like, well, you have to be able to craft this item to complete the quest, but you can boost your way to be able to craft the item because it's a temporary boost.
Oh, I went up. I'm supposed to be going down.
This area has my favorite magic training area in it too. Well, my favorite early level magic training area.
No, I'm not going towards a way that I can cross the river. I gotta get across the river.
Are you trying to go to Varrock?
I'm trying to... Yeah, southeast Varrock. It looks like I can go this way.
Yeah. Oh, nice thing to know coming up. So there's a desert to the east of us. There's a gate with guards at it right across the river. You have to pay them 10 gold every time you want to go through the gate. Or you can just follow the fence up to the north, and there's a giant hole and you can just walk through.
Perfect.
And what's funny is if you talk to the guards and tell them you don't have the gold, they'll just tell you to walk around north.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, yeah, just go up and around.
If you don't want to use this gate shortcut.
Yeah. And then don't remember if it's Al Kharid, which is the desert area, or if it's Lumbridge, but one of them. So, those achievement diaries, I don't know if you clicked on that button yet. Basically, just a set of random tasks for each area. Every tier gives you some different, like, really nice unlocks. It's either Lumbridge or Al Kharid makes it free to use the gate. But I think it's the easiest that do that.
Hmm. Oh, and these are the caster guys that got me last time.
Yeah, if you run to the left of that, if you stay to the left of the road, I don't think they can get you.
Why is it making me go this weird way? Now I just gotta go back again.
If you go out the east gate, you can skip them completely, though.
Really?
Yeah. And it's pretty much the same distance.
All right. So far, I don't mind the game. It seems pretty decent. But the run versus walking is very annoying.
So that's kind of one of the things they really hose you on free to play. because the agility. So running is kind of convoluted in how it's calculated, but basically the agility stat increases. It's a multiplier to how long each point of run you have lasts, and then that's also calculated in with your weight. So the more heavy stuff you carry, the faster you burn through your run energy.
Okay, so don't carry too much heavy stuff
Yep.
and pay money, and you'll be able to run longer.
Yeah. And then do the 110 hour grind that I did last week to get an armor set so that you can run longer. But that's just standard. That's standard RuneScape is doing long grinds for
Oh, is this
a
a
bit of.
parade?
Yeah, they went through Rock. Apparently someone's streaming and giving away the item that you use for memberships.
Oh. Well, I'm not doing that. I'm streaming and hoping for an item that gives memberships.
But the other thing that helps with the run is Magic has there's a ton of teleports throughout the game on different transport systems. So like around I don't know, maybe like 60, 70-ish, you start just having a bunch of different ways to get everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the run energy becomes a lot less of an issue then. Like you got gnomes with fancy gliders, and they also have magical trees that you can walk through. And then the fairies have the best, which is this toadstool ring, and you can use those to get like 70 or 80 different places.
Wow.
And then there's 3 different spell books that all have their own teleports. And different items will give you some teleports. Like there's a book that I had earlier that will teleport you to just outside Varrock.
So now I've got Rune Essence Mine. Teleport me to the Rune Essence Mine. Okay, so now I got rune essence.
There's glowy circles near each one of those
Nice.
that
Okay.
teleport you out.
So this fairy ring says upgrade now. That's one of the teleport points you're talking about?
Yeah, that's a more like you're getting ready to start doing like bossing and stuff because the requirements to do the quest that unlocks that is pretty steep, but it's super good.
Alright, so then I've done all the quests in the one area.
Yeah. So there's if you click through the quest the quest list, you'll see some of my requirements. Like Ernest the Chicken doesn't, and that's kind of close to where we're at. Romeo and Juliet, I don't think has any quest requirements. That's my least favorite quest in the game, or one of them.
Ernest the Chicken
The
says able to survive a skeleton level 22 attacking you.
oh, it didn't tell me that when I looked it up. Okay, so that would need a little bit more. Shield of Wrath. I don't know if Shield of the Combat level 10.
Shield of a Rav Phoenix Gang says I only need to defeat a level 2 guy.
I think Phoenix is the one that if you do, I can give you the piece that you need. So Shield of Rev is an interesting quest. It's the most MMO-y quest they had to kind of force player interaction. Um, you have to cooperate with another player to finish that quest because you need an item.
Oh.
Like, there's two different gangs, and you can only enter one of them, so you have to find someone that enters the opposite. But there's a in-game chat that's dedicated to just people that have a ton of the items that help. But I think I went Black Arm, so I should have another one of the tickets to do that I could give you for that quest.
Yeah. Well, I think either way, I'm probably going to be calling it a night here shortly. So I don't want to start another quest. I'm just going to kill some random stuff, get some XPs.
That works too.
Yeah, strength level 5.
So the general rule of thumb for levels, once you get past the really early ones, is that every 7 levels doubles the XP. So like, if you needed 50,000 XP to get to level 40, you'd need to get another 50,000 to get to level 47. So it's
Oh, okay.
exponential. Yeah, like if you needed 50,000 total to get from 1 to 40, you'd need 50,000 to get from 40 to 47. So like 92 is the halfway point.
That's interesting. So this like Goblin Mail says GE 771 GP and HA 24 GP.
Oh yeah, I meant to explain. So GE is the Grand Exchange. It's kind of the auction house that spans all the worlds. That's player to player sales. So that's the average price on the Grand Exchange for that. HA is, there's a spell called High Alchemy that you get at 55 that will turn it straight into gold. So if you high alched it, you'd only get 1 gold. If you sold it on the GE, you'd get whatever the GE number is.
Nice. So it's just going around killing goblins like I'm doing, something that people do in the early game sometimes.
Yeah, goblins, men, seagulls at the port because they can't hit you back. and they have relatively high HP, and they're easy to hit.
At the port? Oh, there's an activity advisors. Free quests only. Oh, Romeo and Juliet. Gain quest points. Learn about clues and scrolls. Pirate's treasure. Okay, so I could do that. And the port Sarum is where I'm going anyways, right? Or where we had talked about.
Yeah, because you can attack the seagulls there.
Oh, it's not even that far away. So many fire pits. I have 12 max health now.
Yeah. So your hit points level up anytime you deal damage, no matter what style you're dealing with. But the rest of them you have to kind of focus in on.
Hmm. All right. I think I'm going to call that a night. I killed a few seagulls.
Okay. Take care.
Yeah, thanks for showing me around.
Yep.
Have a good evening.
Hey, you too.
Thanks for hanging out, everyone. And I'm going to call that a night and have a good evening. I'll probably be back and forth on old school RuneScape from time to time, between other things, when I don't particularly feel like playing other games or when games are down for patching and stuff. Probably keep moving on this. So, yep. Have a good evening.